Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another Abel Jets Virtual Group live stream. I'm your host, as always, Freezing Falcon, founder and CEO of Abel Jets Virtual Group. First things first, I would like to apologize for the delayed start there for about an hour, unfortunately. What happened was I had some technical issues after updating the iniBuilds Airbus A350 series from version 1.0.6 to version 1.0.7, which how to phrase it, every time a particular update was launched, it had to quote-unquote reinstall every part of the system, which made the loading times very long, and at times also crashed the simulator whenever I spawned at let's say heavy in performance airports such as Singapore Changi or Jakarta Soekarno-Hatta, which unfortunately made my simulator crash to desktop several times before the stream starts. That's why we had a delay for about an hour there. But nonetheless, here we are, currently sitting at Singapore's Changi International Airport, courtesy of Imagine Sim, in the freshly painted Abel Jets Platinum Airbus A350-1000. The particular aircraft that we are seeing here on the screen bears the registration of Papa Kilo Alpha Juliet Hotel, which is based out of Jakarta Soekarno-Hatta International Airport in Indonesia, and bears the nose name of I.M.A Cosmic, where I.M.A itself stands for International Mailer Aircraft, a tradition in Abel Jets Platinum to name the aircraft with 3-letter prefixes, which can be either I.M.A, International Mailer Aircraft for long-range airliners such as the A350, the 777, etc., and the code RMA, which stands for Regional Mailer Aircraft for smaller aircrafts such as the 737 and the Airbus A320. Alright, before we start this evening's flight, let me just try to fiddle around with the graphic settings, because it's very laggy outside, unfortunately. There we go. I think I need to turn down the graphic settings a bit. Alright. Hopefully this should help a bit. Not much, but I see some difference there in performance. Yes, as I've mentioned, we'll be flying the iniBuilds Airbus A350-1000 in the Abel Jets Platinum livery for the first time in the Abel Jets Virtual Group YouTube channel. And as you can see, there are two Abel Jets Platinum A350s. The other one is being flown by Lalu, as always, who is quite literally one of the most consistent men I've ever met in real life. So kudos to him for always being there in our live streams. Here's the nose section of the aircraft of Papa Kilo Alpha Juliet Hotel. And in this particular occasion, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be flying from the financial hub of Southeast Asia, which is Singapore, from its Changi International Airport. We will then proceed to fly north to the East Asian financial hub, also at Hong Kong, at its Chek International Airport. That's why the live stream is titled Financial Centers Singapore to Hong Kong VATSIM live stream. This will be quite literally flying from one financial hub to another in Asia. There goes the A350-1000, which is the longest version of the A350 family, spotting two Rolls-Royce Trent XWBs, which, to my memory, they are rated up to 97,000 pounds of thrust each. Alright folks, without further ado, because I think we are already running late behind the schedule for about an hour, let's jump into the flight deck of Papa Kilo Alpha Juliet Hotel and set her up for our flight to Hong Kong. But before that, let's just return to our initial let's say viewing angle when we start the stream, so we can take some screenshots of our aircraft and Lalu's airline as well. And also, ladies and gentlemen, if you do happen to celebrate Eid al-Fitr, I would also like to say I would also like to say Happy Eid al-Fitr, Eid Mubarak to all of my friends, channel members, friends, followers, channel members, as well as YouTube subscribers. I hope that you'll be having a nice Eid this time around. Oh my god, the FPS is just quite literally limited there. And this is the Imagine Simulation's Changi scenery, ladies and gentlemen, which is not necessarily the heaviest or the most performance intensive version of Changi. Well, to my memory, the Cloud Surf Simulations one is much more performance intensive than the Imagine Sim version that we are having this time around. You're right. Yeah, it's very laggy whenever I pan my camera towards Lalu there. See? The FPS just drops like a rock, unfortunately. Alright, let me just set up the brief flight plan for this evening, and we shall get ourselves going for our flight to Hong Kong this evening. Alright, sim brief, where are you? Sim brief, sim brief. Callsign will be Platinum 350 for this evening, ladies and gentlemen. With a block time of approximately 3 hours and 35 minutes. Took about 350 passengers was this evening. Pretty heavy. We need to do trap climbs in this flight. Let me just try to check. No, we don't. It's quite a short flight, not necessarily even a medium haul one. But unfortunately, this evening is only the time that I can, devote myself to fly and do a live stream. Share the flight plan here. Go to the OFP flight ops plan. No, that's for that is for generating flight plan through the onboard EFB. That is, which is a new feature for the version 1.0.7 of the iniBuilds A350 to my memory.
Singapore Changi traffic, Mercury 81 heavy, established islet, runway 02, left 10 miles out.
Flight plan has been filed into VATSIM, that is. Alright, flight plan has been generated. Let's load that up into SimBrief, into the aircraft. So we'll hit SimBrief import. There we go. Platinum 350 for this evening, that'll be. And also into GSX we go. There we go. Alright, that's done. Let's check on load sheet. Do some brief imports. And there we go, it's been updated, and the remainder of that will be done through GSX.
Singapore, Changi traffic, Mercury 81 heavy, short final, runway 02 left.
And also, ladies and gentlemen, as usual, if you do happen to fly alongside us in this crew flight, we are also opening your company frequency at 123.210 MHz in case that you want to chat alongside us. The usual frequency that we use when doing these sorts of crew flights. On a side note, the IRS have been aligned there, as you can see, at primary. Considering that the LAT is pretty high asset, we'll start the APU now. Airbus SOP recommends to, enable the air conditioning packs at maximum 20 minutes after. Sorry, at maximum 20 minutes whenever there are passengers on board. But that's just to my memory. Alright, into the oh, sorry, I haven't even completed the overhead setup here, so we'll just do these sorts of things. Run recorder control to auto. Adairs have been aligned, 3.5 green, we'll get refueling button there. Start the refueling process. Go. Do the APU fire test. We should have done that before starting up the APU, but it is what it is, unfortunately. The cam looks good. Fuel pumps. APU is pulling up. Probe feed's coming on. CPs are in. Surveillance. All are in. No lights, no lights. Remember that the Airbus aircraft uses the dark cockpit configuration, or dark cockpit philosophy, should I say.
Changi traffic, Mercury 81 heavy.
There's also no smoking on. Wait for the fuel to load before we start seatbelt signs to on.
Fuel truck is in position.
What's our flight plan? He's running APU bleed can, come on now. And the overhead should be done now. Receive company flight plan, let's insert that into the FMC. And that is uplinked. To do the company win request. And we'll test the company frequency whilst the aircraft loads the wind data there. Company calling.
Tidak masuk bang.
Alah, bahaya.
Let's go, sahur on the air lagi.
Perkara sulit orang ininya tadi crash to stop dulu laptopku sampai 3 kali apa 4 kali, terus reboot ininya MSFS-nya lama banget lagi. Yeah, had to reboot MSFS several times, please show me, just to get my stuff sorted here. Unfortunately, that's why we had the delay there for up to an hour, which was pretty frustrating. PK-AJH Singapore this evening is at QH1011. Goes to that, constraints, and bonds. It's good. Go back to the Bagdu. IRS 3 nav green, also load the catering. That'll be the SATS catering to my memory. Hey, it's not as laggy as it was, used to be, no? There goes the aircraft being refueled on the right hand side.
Vehicles are on their way.
RS3 nav green looks good. Departures for this evening will take us through the Victor Micro Romeo. Missing 6 Alpha departure. So runway 02 center that'll be. Missing 6 Alpha departure, no transitions, looks good. Into the temporary flight plan. Boxing VMR, then to VATSIM. Yeah, looks good. It's at the temporary flight plan. Into the box. We'll set up the situational awareness. Sorry, a situational awareness ring here around Singapore. It's Whiskey Sierra 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 around Changi Airport. The runway radial 033 that'll be. Let's just set up the radius at 25 nautical miles. Alright, looks good. Check that on the display. There we go, looks good. Me as well. Disable the airport view. And the catering truck should have arrived now. There we go, the SATS catering. Back into the flight plan we go. Edit page actually. Navigates VTK ICE for the ILS runway 02 center that'll be, just for additional what's it called? Situational awareness on the runway. ICE ILS TMU 02 center, that looks good. That cross checks with the Navigraph flight plan, the Navigraph charts, which unfortunately that was the one on my, the one in my iPad, which is trying to import the new one into the one that we have at the screen right now. Go. With the airport charts there. Singapore, NADP1 to my memory. Let me just check as a reference here. Should be good. Get back into the FMC there. What the fuck do? Go back to the edit page and set up our weights. Come on. Fuel and load. EFB. Load sheet. Go to the OFB. Our expected zero fuel weight for this unit will be 189.6 tons. We'll put that in. 89 point. We'll just round that up to 1.9.7 tons with zero fuel weight CG of 25.9%. Into the box we go. Then we'll do the package number there, 350. We'll do the fuel planning calculations in there. Theoretically, the the calculated fuel plan number should be lower than the one that we are planning to uplift. It should be 30.6 tons. Is it? Yep, 30.675 tons, which is 9 tons heavier than the one that is recommended by the FMC by the book 2. 30.7 tons. $30.7 tons, that'll be our fuel.
Company calling, confirm runway departure.
Runway 02 center cap.
Roger, 02 center.
Initial climb, Mersing 6 Alpha departure. That'll be at 7,000 feet. There we go. Disconnect the ground power now.
So Singapore, Changi traffic, Mercury 81 heavy. Taxiing to gate Echo 24 via Whiskey, November 4 and Papa 7 in Singapore, Changi traffic.
Do the takeoff calculations now, but we'll not input the numbers until we received our final load sheet. So we'll go to takeoff per. Go sync traffics. Takeoff weight will be at approximately 290.7 tons. Looks good. Flex roast. Flex takeoff. Weather looks pretty good here in Changi. Wind side 360 degrees at 5 knots. Visibility is greater than 10 kilometers. Peak clouds at 1,800 feet. Broken at level 300. Temperature is 26 increase with dew point of 35 degrees at the local QNH is 1011. It's good. We'll hit compute and take us to V speeds 146.152.156. Flaps 1 plus config 1 plus F. Prospection altitude 1,093 feet. Engine acceleration. Engine acceleration altitude 1,023 feet as well. So that'll be an ADP2 departure. It will be automatically set by the aircraft because the A350 is definitely smart enough to do things like this. So we'll hit send to FMS. Go, but we'll confirm the takeoff speeds later on when we are ready for mission starts, or actually just after the final load sheet has been received. In the meantime, it appears that I completely forgot to set up say intentions entourage, so please bear with me for a second with that. And our pacer for this evening will be Laura. She'll lead our crew. Just try to update say intentions call signs for a bit, then we can continue with the pre-flight setup of the aircraft. Because it appears that I completely forgot to set up the ICAO code for Abel Jets Platinum, which is Alpha Juliet Papa, as we can see now. You just gotta be patient a bit here. There we go. And submit. There we go. Hit new flights. Wait for say intentions entourage to load up. Try to reboot say intentions because it appears that it doesn't want to update the flight plan. Alright, there we go. Let's greet Laura before we board the passengers for this evening's flight to Hong Kong. Good evening, Laura. Welcome on board this evening's Abel Jets Platinum flight from Singapore to Hong Kong. We shall be ready to start the boarding process in a few moments. As usual, if there is anything that goes out of the ordinary, please do let me know. I'm looking forward to work alongside with you and the amazing crew throughout this evening's journey to Hong Kong. Thank you.
Good morning, Captain Abel. Thank you for the welcome. We'll ensure everything runs smoothly on our end. Looking forward to a professional and efficient flight to Hong Kong.
10:18 a.m. Yeah, it's not real time, folks. If the time was to be set at real time, it would definitely be almost midnight there in Singapore, because they run on GMT +8 time zone, if I remember correctly, which is an hour quicker than my current time zone. back into the aircraft we go. The ECAM warning there has disappeared. Fuel climb to 6,000 feet. We'll hit the boarding process now.
Boarding requested.
Boarding's now in process. There's a Fly Italy virtual airline 777 the WSSS from our left hand side there. No quits. What a beautiful looking aircraft, isn't she?
Go ahead, company tadi company calling ya?
Enggak sih, Cap lalu.
Oke, transmisi void.
Wahaya. Let us head back into the flight deck and wait for the passengers to board. And I think refueling is also done, which means we can turn that off and engage the fuel pump. So my tanks can go on first, then the standbys. That looks good, and then on the seatbelt sign. Go to the transponder page, surveillance, 2000, ADS-B traffic on mode auto, both, that'll do. It's good. Should be transmitting mode Charlie now on the ground. Which we are. Copy the secondary flight plan. Go to the checklist page. Cockpit preparation checklist. Here, pins and covers 1, 2, 3 remove. Fuel quantity 30.7 tons on board. That is check. Seatbelts on. Pedal ref 1011 checked on 1, 2 and 3. Cockpit preparation checklist is complete. Alright folks, whilst the passengers are boarding, we'll do the departure briefing now, should I say. So I think it's, you know, we don't necessarily have anything else to do whilst we wait for the passengers to board. Remember that the A350 is a highly automated aircraft where she can sort things by herself. Most of the things, should I say. Alright, departure briefing. This evening we'll be departing out of Singapore Changi International Airport. We'll be pushing back from stand number, I think that was Echo 27. Yep, Echo 27, that is. Just that stand on the charts. We'll be pushing back facing towards the south in the WSSS. We are expecting runway 02 center for this evening's departure, where we'll be taxiing through Papa 5, Tango, Crew Tango, we'll be holding short of Tango 1-3 there. We'll use the full length of the runway, because we are pretty heavy. With estimated takeoff weight of about 216 tons. For this morning then, shall I say, not evening, according to the simulation time. According to this morning's departure, we'll be taking the Mersing 6 Alpha departure, which is abbreviated as Victor Mike Romeo 6 Alpha departure there. With transition altitude of 11,000 feet, which is the same transition altitude in Indonesia. Radar required. Runway 0 to right, not available simulation for the flash. Yeah, that's not to be worried. Airport elevation to 2 feet. Cruising levels will be issued after takeoff by Singapore radar, Russia. It's good. This is for the loss of communications procedure. So right after departure, we'll be tracking 023 to the north. Then at Moxip, we'll turn to track 331 degrees there, with a minimum altitude of 2,000 feet, climbing towards Akoma, then into Mersing. Initial climb clearance will be at 3,000 feet, so we'll turn that down, I suppose, to 3,000. That'll do. And these are the minimum climb gradients which the A350 can obviously comply with. We'll be using the NADP2 departure, MADP2 noise abatement departure for this morning's flight towards Hong Kong, which the engine out, acceleration, altitude and cross reduction altitude has been implemented into the takeoff performance calculations there, as we can see. What else? Oh yeah, the MSA around the Tekong Island VOR VTK 116 Decibel 5 is at 3,100 feet on the north western side, which we'll have to comply because we are going there into the this segment, this north western segment of the Tekong Island VOR. That's the MSA. The climb looks good. Primary threats for this evening will be, for this morning will be complex taxiways at Singapore. I've lost my way quite literally almost every time I fly here, although I fly here quite often in VATSIM, because it's quite literally the second most visited, my second most visited international airport in VATSIM after Soekarno-Hatta International Airport in Jakarta. So that'll be the primary threat. The complex taxiways, as we can see there, especially the source of roundabouts around the terminal. Another threat will be as usual pilot complacency, as well as unfamiliarity with the aircraft, because I'm not necessarily proficient with the A350 yet, although it's an Airbus, everyone can fly an Airbus to be quite frank, but yeah, I haven't really familiarized myself as much as I have with the 737NG and the 737 MAX with the A350 here. So that's another threat to be noticed. Quite familiar with the region in Southeast Asia, especially because I live there. Not necessarily in Singapore, but Southeast Asia in general. I'm quite familiar with the region, but still complacent. We shall, be vigilant of pilot complacency. And I think that is all about the briefing. Do you have any questions, comments, or concerns, Cynthia? No? That should complete the departure brief then. And now let's check GSX. Yeah, they're like halfway down through the boarding process, it appears to be. And the baggage handling there, the GSCs are being pulled away from the aircraft. They are done with the baggage handling, or the luggage and the cargo that will carry for this evening's flight. Unfortunately, folks, I think we'll be having some ATCs for our flight, but not necessarily out of Singapore, but we'll be transiting through Kuala Lumpur radar and hopefully into Hoshi radar as well. Fingers crossed. Oh, disconnect ground power now. GPU can be disconnected. Hi Laura, just want to check, how's the boarding process going?
Hello, Captain Abel. The boarding process is underway. Passengers are settling in and will be ready for departure shortly. If there's anything else you need, let me know.
She goes. Yeah, everything is done, ladies and gentlemen. The FMC has been set up, the MACD has been set up, and the overhead is also done, the pedestal is also done, and it's an airport, so we don't necessarily need to do lots of things here and there. It's quite literally the most advanced Airbus aircraft yet to date. Boarding should be finishing anytime now, hopefully. About 70 more passengers to board the aircraft. But unfortunately with GSX here, we cannot necessarily connect 2 or more jetways onto the what's it called, onto the doors of an aircraft. Therefore only one jetway can connect onto the aircraft, which is an MSFS 2020 and 2024 limitations. Unlike in the prepared or the B3D versions of GSX, where multiple jetways can be connected onto an aircraft, which, you know, can obviously speed up the boarding process. Fortunately, we can't do that yet in MSFS 2020 and 2024, which is quite a shame.
Wahai Sang Garuda, atas nama segenap bangsa Nusa Antara, tanah
the boarding process complete. Here's a good sign. We can now confirm our takeoff speeds here. Go into the box, and the speed window should disappear, becoming 3 dots there, as we can see. Alright, boarding is now complete. We'll prepare ourselves for push and start. All of the external appendages of the aircraft have been disconnected with the trucks now. Ourselves for push and start. Cabin crew, arm doors and slides please. Checklist menu, proposal checklist.
Yes, Captain Abel. All doors are in flight and cross-checked.
There you go. Parking brake is set. Takeoff speed and thrust, V1 146, VR 152, V2 156, flexing at 68 degrees centigrade, flaps 1 for departure, triple horizontal stabilizer, mean aerodynamic chord, MAC is at 26.7%, packs on and the ice off, thrust reduction altitude and acceleration altitude at 1020 feet, transition altitude 11,000 feet and the engine out acceleration altitude is also at 1020 feet. These track slides are armed. Slides are armed. Go with the beacon.
Singapore traffic, this is Platinum 205 now. Put
Slides
back
armed,
and
nose wheel.
make a long put back at X.
Steering, disconnect main has been checked.
Singapore traffic, check traffic.
And also false in case of if in case of an engine failure, loss of control range after V1 will be we continue to take off as per the company SOP. Fly on track 023 and hold there at the 25 nautical mile ring radius from the runway heading. Right hand turns 1 minute lag. We'll wait for Lalu there for the pushback. And also let's engage the OANS, the aircraft here. We'll try to zoom again. What? We should be good. I have a Navigraph Unlimited subscription. Could be an issue. There we go. We'll wait Lalu for... we'll wait Lalu to complete his pushback procedure and then we'll do ours. Oh my lord, the lag. Yeah, that's quite concerning, isn't it?
Indonesia, the
will be pushing back towards there. We'll do the reciprocal pushback direction then, isn't it? Yeah, should be there. Should be able to push. Give it a wrong frequency. Go back to VHF1. Transmitting at that frequency. Cross-checking that. We are transmitting on the Unicom now, on the Unicom frequency. Changi traffic. Platinum number 350 is now pushing back from set number Echo 27 facing to the south, expecting taxiway Papa 5 and runway 02 set Singapore traffic. Correction, Singapore Changi traffic. You push back of the nose to the left. Brakes released. We'll pause the music for push and start.
Captain Abel, the cabin is secure and ready for departure.
Roger. My lord. It's so laggy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard Abel Jets Platinum Flight 350
Where's the
from
red
Singapore
line?
to Hong Kong. I'm Laura, your lead flight attendant,
We'll
and I'm
just
joined by my fellow crew members, Jean,
pan
Marie,
on
and Pierre.
to the
Our
other
captain
side.
today is Faza Abel, and our first officer is Cynthia Schmidt. Our flight time is approximately
goes the
3
red line.
hours and 13 minutes, cruising at 39,000 feet. Please pay attention to the following safety instructions.
Red line has been
Fasten your
crushed,
seatbelt.
so we can start
Insert the
the
metal tip into the buckle
engines
and
now,
tighten
starting engines
by
number
pulling on the
1
strap.
and 2 in
To
sequence, starting
release,
engine number 1.
lift the top of the buckle. In case of a loss of cabin pressure, oxygen masks will drop from the panel above you. Pull the mask towards you, place
There
it
goes
firmly
the
over your
iconic
nose
Singapore
and mouth,
Changi Tower,
and breathe normally. Secure your
which
own
is a
mask
landmark,
before assisting others.
a
Your
very
life vest
popular
is
landmark in the
located under
country.
your seat. In case of a water landing,
The
remove
engine
vest,
fare deck has
place it
been
over your
engaged,
head,
it's
and
now
secure
on.
the strap around your waist.
We can start the engines
Inflate
now,
the
starting
vest
engine number 1.
by pulling the red tab or manually by blowing into the tube.
Oh my goodness, the lag.
Emergency exits are located at the front, middle, and rear of the aircraft. Follow the illuminated path to the nearest exit. Please ensure your seat belt is fastened and your seat is in the upright position for departure. Thank you for your attention.
We've got N2 rising, N3 is also rising. Oil pressure is looking good. We'll now play the official Abel Jets Virtual Group safety briefing video as well, as usual.
Please set parking brakes.
Go. Parking brake is set.
Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
Grab the ground, you have a good engine start, you can disconnect.
Cockpit to ground.
Hello everyone,
We
I'm
have a
Freezing
good
Falcon
engine
from
start.
Abel Jets
You can
Group.
disconnect.
Welcome on board one of our aircraft that is part of our 3,000 airplanes
Engine number 1
fleet.
available.
We're glad to be your airline for your flight today. Before we take off, please watch the safety briefing video that will be provided by our cabin crew. Enjoy.
Starting engine number 2. Now.
In 2013, when we made this airline, we concluded that safety is our highest priority. All aircraft already equipped with safety devices such as seatbelt, oxygen mask, and life vest. In accordance with the International
rising.
Civil Aviation Organization, seatbelts shall be used when in flight. So whenever the seatbelt sign is lit, please fasten your seatbelt by inserting the clasp into the buckle and tighten by pulling the strap. You can undo your seatbelt by pressing the button.
Welcome to Abel Maintenance Facility. AMF is the world's leading in maintaining aircraft. We have this big hangar which able to accommodate up to 8 jumbos at 380 at a given time. This is the proof that we never jeopardize safety. Also, we change the life jacket whenever an aircraft is entering our facility.
Just wait for the FL light to disappear. Any time now.
In the event of emergency landing, please take a moment to locate your life jacket. It will be below your seat, under the seat in front of you, or under the bed for first class passenger. To use the life jacket, simply take your life jacket, put it over your head, pass the strap around your waist, clip at the front and tighten it. There's a red tag and mouthpiece for inflation, and whistle to attract attention. Please inflate your life jacket after leaving the aircraft.
Yeah, the overhead looks good. Water brake sensor on to you. Flight control track ready. Pull up. Pull down.
Whenever the aircraft loses the oxygen pressure, a mask will drop from above. Put it on your nose and tighten the strap. Oxygen will flow when you breathe. Secure your mask first before assisting others.
Neutral. Photos. Full left. Full right. Neutral. Flight control check has been completed. Please.
In 2020, we're the world leaders in aviation by number of aircraft by over 3,000 airframe divided into more than 10 child company, including the Abel Pixel, Abel SAR, Abel Cosmos, Intercontinental, and many more. Also in 2020, we're the first to introduce the aviation of first Abel Jets
awareness. Hopefully it'll help
premium
with some
economy,
FPS.
Abel Business, Abel First Class, and Abel Suite.
Doesn't appear to be so.
Before we depart, please make sure all baggage is secured on the overhead cabinet or under the seat in front of you. Since we made safety as our priority, smoking isn't allowed on any part of the aircraft. Please deboard the aircraft if you need to smoke. Your aircraft is equipped with a life raft in case of emergency water landing. Please take a moment to
Singapore traffic.
your nearest
Flight number
emergency
350 now taxiing to runway 02 center via Papa 5 Tango. Holding short of holding point Tango 13 for full length departure out of runway 02 center Singapore traffic.
We are now nearing our departure time. Please switch your mobile devices into airplane mode now.
Right.
If you do have any questions, feel free to ask them to our cabin crew. They will be more than glad to help you out. Thank you for choosing us, and thank you for keeping our dreams aloft. Have a very pleasant flight.
Runway 31 left for departure, follow strategy, 7 direct off.
Just trying not to look at that there because I think the terminal building behind him is the source of the lag, let's say. Alright, doing left turn here. Better, isn't it? By that I mean the FPS. That's the safety briefing done. Continue our taxi towards the runway. Right hand turn here. Alright, after start checklist, we haven't even done that. Anti-ice not required, flight controls have been checked. Restroom automatically set by the aircraft, line of clearance has been received. After start checklist is complete, we'll continue with the taxi checklist. Taxi checklist, flap setting at the 1+F, confirm. Radar and predictive windshield system on. I.M.A, takeoff no blue. Taxi checklist is complete. I'll be starting point for the lineup checklist there. What a beautiful machine. It's quite a long taxi, unfortunately. That's Terminal 4. The low-cost carrier terminal. Changi. Be entering the 7th tip or from the research center anytime now. As discussed, we'll be doing a full length departure out of the runway. That is Tango 10. We're taking Tango 13. There's Tango 1-1, 1 more to go. And it looks that we are also clear on VATSIM radar. I mean, there is no one arriving, appears to be. What's the music now? Cabin crew, seats for departure, please.
Captain Abel, I believe you meant to say, take seats for departure. I'll inform the crew accordingly.
Hey,
cabin crew, take seats for departure.
Singapore Changi traffic, Platinum 350, now lining up on runway 02, center via Tango 13, Singapore Changi traffic. TRA. Standing by for the lineup checklist. Alright, lineup checklist cabin has been secured. Takeoff runway 02 center, that's confirmed. Parks 1 and 2. They are on. Lineup checklist is complete. Start rolling. Go back to the birth page. Plot chrono. Get out of Singapore. Singapore Changi traffic, Platinum 350 now departing out of runway 02 center via the Mersing 6 Alpha departure. Singapore Changi traffic. Alright. Photo speed set. Thrust stabilized. Set takeoff thrust.
Changi traffic, Platinum.
Flag 68 SRS, runway Alpha Frost Blue.
Changi traffic.
Take us 100 knots. Because V1 and rotate. And we are able. Positive rate of climb. Here's coming up. Nav. Off we go, folks. Bye, Singapore. See you soon. Thrust of a climb. Thrust climb. Derated climb. Airspeed, flaps coming up. Front spoilers can be disarmed. Because the green dot speed as well. Continue climb to 6,000 feet. And flying over to Kong Island, if I remember correctly. And we should be entering the Malaysian airspace anytime now. Try to pan the camera over towards Singapore, and hopefully we can take some screenshots from the departure. There we go. Then starting our left turn here towards Moxib. Alt star. Climb. No. 9,000. Plus climb. There, the info page.
Changi traffic, Platinum to the now departure runway 0 to center via the Victor Mike Romeo Take Alpha departure.
Now PK to Hong Kong, ladies and gentlemen. Block time is about 3 hours and 35 minutes with an air time of roughly 3 hours and 13 minutes. Not necessarily sure we'll be contacted by Kuala Lumpur radar, but fingers crossed. We shall see. Approaching 9,000, command Alpha, autopilot 1 can't be engaged. Welcome train will go to level 230. First climb, prostrated climb. Approaching 10,000 feet.
Dear guests, we have now reached a safe altitude. You may now use your electronic devices. Additionally, our onboard Wi-Fi service is available for your convenience. We are currently en route from Singapore to Hong Kong with an estimated flight time of 3 hours and 13 minutes. Thank you for your attention.
Cruising the airspeed there for our final climb to our cruising altitude. As we've passed through 10,000 feet, which means we can safely accelerate beyond 250 knots. 11,000 feet there, setting the gauge to standard 1013 on 1, 2 and 3. Passing flight level 112. Now checked on 1, 2 and 3. That's about it. We'll continue to fiddle with the altitude selector there until we reach our cruising altitude, and I think it'll be all about it. in the Airbus, or the A350 to be precise. As I've mentioned several times already in the live stream that the A350 is a very advanced aircraft, which means that she can quite literally sort herself out and not necessarily requiring many interference from the flight crew. Because you just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, please don't forget to hit the like button, share your thoughts down beneath through the live chat, share this video with your friends and colleagues, and don't forget to subscribe to the Abel Jets Virtual Group YouTube channel so that you will not miss any future content that we'll make. Folks, on a side note, I don't think we'll be contacted by Kuala Lumpur radar because we're literally just transiting through the airspace, not significantly, should I say. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen, I've just realized that Papa Kilo Alpha Juliet Hotel is the first Abel Jets Platinum wide-body aircraft that we have for Microsoft Flight Simulator, be that both in the 2020 version and the 2024 version. Which is quite interesting, considering that one of the earliest liveries, earliest Abel Jets Virtual Group liveries that were available for MSFS 2020 was the Abel Jets Platinum 737-900ER. Well, it's getting quite lagging behind in terms of livery development when compared to the other subsidiaries in the Visual Business Group, especially Abel Jets MCC, the mainline carrier of Abel Jets Virtual Group. through to our final cruising altitude level 390 LB for this evening. Let's just try to tune the VHF2 radio to Kuala Lumpur 12805, that is, just for the sake of listening of a nearby radio station.
Vicinity 6 kilometers. Present weather, light rain. Now, in 700 feet, in 1,700 feet, scattered 3,000 feet. Temperature 60 degrees, 2.23 degrees. QNH 1011 hectopascal. At first contact with local radar. Notify receipt of Foxtrot. Kuala Lumpur International Airport arrival information Foxtrot, time 15000. Independent parallel approaches to runway 32 right and runway 33. Runway 32 right expect ILS approach. Runway 33 expect ILS approach. High intensity runway operation in force. Minimum runway occupancy time required arrivals from Iran, Tudor, Salas and Brooks expect 1 hotel star.
Very good. That's not important. On top of climb is about 18 miles from our present position there. The waypoint to the side of SUV. Unfortunately, we don't have many pre-made custom external views, but we will have to make our custom views by ourselves to the Mr. B, which I'm not necessarily fond of. Too lazy to do that, fortunately. If there is some kind of like custom view files that I can import into the simulator and I can readily use in my aircrafts, not just the A350 but the other types as well. That will be quite handy, I suppose. You know what, folks, just for the sake of looking into the invisible cabin, let's try to move the camera close to one of the viewports here, should I say. There we go. Let's put the camera here. Or there, I suppose. Maybe the other side. It'll be way on the other side. So this is the jokingly referred to as a strato cabin technology there, ladies and gentlemen, because in wise flight the cabin ceiling on board Abel Jets Platinum aircraft, they are equipped with some sorts of ultra high definition screens which can which are linked to several cameras on top of the aircraft's fuselage, which can then project live imagery from the exterior of the aircraft onto the ceiling. But in this case, I think it's more like an extreme scenario where the strato cabin screens are practically invisible. I think I'll just put the camera here. There we go. Should be good enough. And this is in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, folks, unfortunately, which means we don't get the cabin for the iniBuilds A350. Passing through flight level 300 now. 9,000 feet to go. About 1,256 nautical miles to run. As that, folks, note, unfortunately I will need to go to the loo momentarily. As usual, if there is anything that goes out of the ordinary, please do let me know through the comment section in this live stream, and I shall catch you guys in a few moments. folks, I'm back in the flight deck, and it appears that we have reached our cruising altitude for this morning's flight to Hong Kong at flight level 390, that is. And I've just checked VATSIM radar, and it appears that Jakarta Center is now online. Jakarta radar is also online. Yes, it appears that there is a group flight coming in from Banjarmasin towards Jakarta. I wonder if someone is streaming there. I don't believe so. Yeah, they've got controllers running from the delivery up to the ground tower, and even Jakarta radar is also online, which is pretty ironic since we're not flying there. And fortunately, Hoshi radar has also shut down. Let's head back to the flight deck again, shall we? About 49 minutes into the flight. Still one long way to go. Our ETP is in about 320 nautical miles there, or equal time point. We are approximately a quarter way through our flight here. Should be arriving in Hong Kong in about 2 hours. Hey Laura, I just want to cross-check the conditions of the cabin. How are things going on back there?
Hello, Captain Abel. Everything is in order in the cabin. Passengers are settled, and the crew is maintaining a professional environment. If there's anything specific you need, please let me know.
Roger that, thank you. I'll go through the ecam pages.
You're welcome, Captain Abel.
Just to confirm that things are indeed working as they should. funny seeing the wheel temperatures at about 45 degrees centigrade there, although we are quite literally flying very high with an OAT of up to minus 21 degrees centigrade there. About 100 kilograms of fuel difference of fuel imbalance, but I don't think that's large enough to necessitate a fuel transfer between the left and right wing tanks. Electrical AC. Electrical DC. It's quite interesting that the hydraulic pressure on board the A350, they run at 5,000 psi, which is very high. In the MD-80 they only run up to around 3,000 psi. The same goes for the 737 if I remember correctly. Controls. Delta B is, as expected, shows a pressure difference of 8.9 pounds per square inch. Considering that we are here at level 390 with the cabin altitude at about 6,000 feet. Quite standard in terms of modern jet liners. Although to my memory, the cabin altitude on board the 787, it can go a bit lower, perhaps at around 4,000 feet or so. Yeah, that's all it has to offer now, is it? Sunny day, isn't it?
started with severe abdominal pain and has escalated quickly. We are currently
Oh
attending
my
to the
goodness.
passenger and will keep you updated on their condition.
You know
Please
what, folks?
advise on any further actions you would like us to take.
I'm not necessarily in the mood to, you know, have any sort of medical conditions or crisis on board. Roger, thank you very much, Laura, for the update. Please advise me if the situation escalates or something. We might need to divert in case that the situation gets worse. But hopefully, things will get better in the cabin. Thank you.
Understood, Captain Abel. We are closely monitoring the situation and will keep you updated if there are any changes or if the situation escalates. Thank you for your support.
And also, Laura, if there is anyone who are medically certified, such as doctors on board, can you please try to ask them for help?
Certainly, Captain Abel. I will make an announcement to see if there are any medically certified professionals on board who can assist with the situation. I'll update you shortly.
Yes. Fingers crossed I will not need to divert, because I'm not in the mood to do so. Especially considering the shenanigans that we experienced earlier before the stream. Got 32% down for our flight here, ladies and gentlemen. About 935 miles to the road before we arrive at Hong Kong. let's check our rifles for this evening, shall we? What one is that? Oh, there we go. Really sure some of them is now active. ILS obviously. Go. See whether the light has the high pressure weather system. Should indicate of should be an indication of good weather. Quite funny, ladies and gentlemen, that the last time we flew an Abel Jets Platinum aircraft, I think that was last month when we flew from Medina to Riyadh in an Abel Jets Platinum 737-900ER, we also had a medical condition on board which required us to perform some shortcuts on arrival. And the landing phase of that flight, to my memory, it was more like of a tactical descent on board a military transport aircraft. still quite a long way to go, because ITP at about 160 miles from our present position, which means that it takes roughly the equal time to continue our flight to Hong Kong or to return back to Singapore. You know what, folks? I've just scrolled through the what's this? I've just scrolled through one of the ground shots at Hong Kong. And it appears that the parallel intersection taxiway that used to cross runway 07 Santa has now been discontinued. Which means that we'll need to, try to find another taxiway that can safely take us through the terminal section. Just have to refer to flight radar 24 that appears to be. Alright, from what I'm seeing through flight radar 24, it appears other traffic. There's this Hong Kong Express A321neo that's just landed. It's turning around through runway 07 Santa, but let's just see whether it will actually cross the runway through Foxtrot 2, such, or completely encircle the runway through Bravo 1. The circle, was it called the like this U-turn section? Oh yes, it appears to be so. according to flight radar 24 data. It's doing like a U-turn there. Taking the complete Bravo 1 loop with the Bishop B. We're checking the complete loop there. The aforementioned Hong Kong Express A321neo according to flight radar 24. Taking the Bravo 1 loop there. All the way around. But I don't know if the scenery really supports that. Almost halfway through our journey this evening, Lily Showman. because our ETP at about 80 nautical miles from our present position. And we should be passing through the eastern coast of Vietnam there, just on our left hand side. Wasn't intending to do that. Done as well. There are window blinds as well on the rear windows that appears to be. Now starting to get a bit curious, ladies and gentlemen. Will the equal time point coordinates here match up with the Fly Life Studios light duration percentage? We'll just have to wait and see, I suppose. Fingers crossed that the crosswind will swing around into a tailwind, which would greatly benefit us throughout the remainder of this journey. About 680 nautical miles run from our top of descent there. Still very far away. here though. Pushing down below our ETP. Give or take. Clear skies all around at appears to be. Which is always a good sign. Quite crazy seeing the green dot speed sharply rising just at 250 knots there, considering how thin the atmosphere is at these flight levels. Secure level connection Hong Kong. Let me just check Navgraph. 1016. We'll pre-select that, just like in the Boeing. And we've almost reached our equal time point there. And just by looking through the Live Studios panel, it appears that we are, give or take, also synchronized between the Live Studios levels percentage as well as the equal time point calculated position by the A350's McDo. Setengah jalan lagi, Cap. Nanti landing Hong Kong kayaknya runway 07 left sih kalau ngelihat flight radar sama incoming traffic yang di sana. Just reach our equal time point coordinates there, or waypoint, be precise I suppose. And it says it's around 50% done, or halfway done, according to the Live Studios dashboard, so yeah, I guess they are in sync. It's a good sign. Alright folks, as we've reached our equal time point, waypoint, I'll be taking a quick break for a couple dozen of minutes before returning back to the flight deck. As usual, ladies and gentlemen, if there is anything that goes out of the ordinary, especially that we have a medical condition on board, but Laura hasn't updated us about it. Anything besides that, she's trying to seek professional medical help for the passenger there, for the sick passenger. Such that, as usual, if there is anything that goes out of the ordinary, please do let me know through the comment section. And I'll be right back into the flight deck then. Oh, especially if there is any ATC centers opening up, that'll be something that'll be greatly appreciated, should I say. With that, I shall see you guys in a few moments. folks, I'm back in the flight deck. About 60% of our trip length now. About 512 nautical miles to go. About an hour to run as well, before we arrive at Hong Kong this morning. Wonder why the music stopped there. Three hours and 20 minutes into the stream now. Yeah, the majority of the traffic that are landing at Hong Kong, they are taking runway 07 left, appears to be, according to the latest AIRAC cycle. Still about 390 nautical miles from our top of descent there into Hong Kong. been about 2 hours into the flight. Unfortunately, as I predicted earlier, the crosswind that we encountered earlier has now changed into a tailwind, which is pushing us towards Hong Kong. This one looks pretty unique, shall I say. It's quite uncommon to see emergency exit points on any sort of airliners. Full-blown tailwind now, about 60 knots, pushing us up to 507 knots there. Ground speed. Let's get all chefs early in the game. I don't think there will be any runway changes at our approach, so it'll be likely that we'll be using runway 075 for arrival via the Betty 3 Alpha Star ILS 07 approach, that is. Alright, so Jess 07 left ILS Betty 3 Alpha, wasn't it? Via the Limes transition. Any temporary flight plan we go. Good. So temporary. You can now pedal with the situational awareness rings around Hong Kong International Airport. So that'll be Victor Hotel 07 left. With an inbound radial of 074. the radius of 25 nautical miles. Should do it. And we'll fill in these boxes once we get closer to the airport, or to Hong Kong, that is. Level QNH is still indicating 1016 WSSS. Just coasting over the eastern coast of Vietnam now. Should be entering the Sanya flight information regions momentarily. Well, we are already within the jurisdiction of Sanya control, it appears to be. Funnily enough, Jakarta radar is still online at this hour. I think I'm a bit sleepy now. Pilot fatigue will be considered as another threat for the arrival briefing it appears to be. About 360 nautical miles to run before we arrive at Hong Kong. We should be leaving the Sanya FIR and entering the airspace jurisdiction of Hong Kong radar. Unfortunately, there are not many terrain features that we can observe throughout the cruising stage, as we are mostly cruising over the southern China Sea, it appears to be. Therefore, the white blue all the way around, isn't it? There's not really much to see outside of the A350-1000 itself. Hopefully things should change when we approach Hong Kong in about 40 minutes or so. we've just entered the Hong Kong Airport, ladies and gentlemen. Which means we are close, quite close to our destination now. About 300 nautical miles to run. To realize that the A350-1000 is actually slightly longer than the 777-1000XWB, which is several dozen centimeters, that is to my memory. Pretty insignificant, but pretty trivial, but it's statistically and amateurly speaking longer than the 777. The largest 777 variant that is currently in operations. Won't count the 777X and the 777-9X there, because it's obviously still in slight testing phase. God knows when Boeing will finish with the already long delayed aircraft type there and pushing it into certification. Like almost 10 years behind schedule now. It's quite frightening, to be honest. About 3 hours and 48 minutes into the stream. On the other hand, ladies and gentlemen, we are definitely going to push through the 4-hour mark. Once we arrive at Hong Kong International Airport, or Chek International Airport, that is often colloquially known as. Let's head back into the flight deck again, shall we? And I think our top of the sun is already there. See? About 160 miles to run. And the tailwind has slightly increased there to about 29 knots, increasing our ground speed from 509 knots earlier up to 518 knots now. As always, a welcome addition. That being done, let's prepare our do. Fill in the boxes for Bravo. According to Navigraph, the latest METAR Hong Kong indicates PNH still at 1016. with winds blowing from 050 at 4 knots. An outside air temperature of 20 degrees centigrade. The local QNH of 1016. The minimums for these evening's arrival will be Cat 1, we are category Delta, 1388 feet. At that with 40 feet makes it 1428 feet. 1428 and into the box. We'll also now prepare the brake to vacate system of the aircraft. So what we're gonna do, fingers crossed that it will work, because last time it didn't when we flew to Cairo with the Abel Jets MCC A350-1000, I think that was. I think that was last week. It was land page. Zoom in. There goes the airport. Oh, no, that's Singapore, isn't it? That's not Hong Kong. Airport select. VHHH. Definitely should have the database for Hong Kong. Massive airport, isn't it? There we go. 07 left. Zoom in a bit. That's pan around. Well, interesting to see that the wet control there is still out of bounds. Charlie at Charlie 8, that's beyond the it's second taxiway, is it? Isn't it? Yeah. Far away from TOD? That was like 160 knots. 120 now. Yeah, we'll try to send the PTP up back at about 80 miles from TOD. Zoom out. Off mode. Heading into waypoint Casa now. Still at our cruising level of 390. Hong Kong in about 40 minutes or so. So inform Laura as well. Hi Laura, just wanted to inform you that we'll be arriving at Hong Kong in about 42 minutes from our current position. Can you also please provide me with the heads up with the medical condition that we have on board? Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Abel. We will be arriving in Hong Kong in about 42 minutes. Regarding the medical condition, we have identified a passenger with symptoms of appendicitis. We have made an announcement to see if there are any medically certified professionals on board to assist. I will keep you updated on any developments. Thank you.
Roger that, Laura, and we will not be diverting to any airports this morning because we are approaching Hong Kong already, and the nearest diversion airport is at Shenzhen, which is quite further away when compared to Hong Kong. So yeah, we'll be sticking to our original flight plan. That will be.
Understood, Captain Abel. We will continue as planned and prepare for our arrival in Hong Kong. Please let me know if there are any further instructions.
Yo, folks. Even if that passenger's having some sort of heart attack, I will not divert. I'm too lazy to divert at this stage already. It's like 1 AM already in my time zone. I'm not in the mood at all to divert. I am evil. That's why I run Abel Jets. To conquer the world. What am I even talking about? Talking nonsense at 1 AM in the morning whilst flying an A350 to Mr. B. Some new designations have appeared in the primary flight display there. ILS 0711 is now active with the barograph as well there, 1,428 feet. About 18 nautical miles from our top of descent now. Let's get back to the what's it called, BTV selection panel. So good. Plan page. So that was too far, wasn't it? Go up this bit. Come on, Airbus. That's weird. They should do. Zoom in again. There goes the Apple map. Nothing has changed to the vis-a-vis. Just takes Charlie 8 then. Just after that wet threshold. So Charlie 8 set BTV exit 2,115 meters into runway from the threshold at runway 07 left there. On the BTV, and BTV is armed. Now zoom back out. And go back to the arc mode. Back to the performance page. Prepare ourselves for descent. Alright, passing through 18 nautical miles from our TOD, let's start the arrival brief into Hong Kong. This evening we'll be taking the Betty 3 Alpha Star into runway 07 left in Hong Kong. Is Baker on our flight plan? No, it's not. Alright, so our initial waypoint will be at Betty, then descending through to Mango with the prescribed altitude and airspeed restriction there at maximum at 280 knots and at flight level 130. Continuing to Hotel 511, then into the Limes transition. Just to be noted. Descent requirements will cross Mango at flight level 130. In case of falling over Petty Squad, each flight will be disrupted individually. Do not descend without ACCC clearance, but we don't have any ATC this evening, so we'll neglect that. I'll take that into consideration. Under turbulent conditions, when approved by ATC, 280 knots or Mach decibel 8, whichever is less, at Bete for the holding. The MSA around the airport reference point, I think that is, yeah, the ARP, within the Hong Kong flight information region is 4,100 feet on the southern side of the airfield and 4,300 feet on the north eastern side of the aerodrome. Transition level 110 whenever the QNH is above 980 hectopascals, which is so. See here, it's now at 1016. Hasn't really changed since we departed, fortunately. Yeah. This is just basic stuff. The PP and precision-based navigations and the RNPs. And we must maintain RNP1 separation or navigation criterion, so that will definitely not stray to the mainland Chinese airspace here, which is denoted by the Guangzhou FIR markings there. Into the approach itself, we'll be taking the ILS approach into runway 07 left with the ILS DME or ILS localizer, frequency at 111.55. India Zulu Sierra Lima is the identifier with the final approach course of 074 degrees. Let's cross check that into our nav 8. Appears to be so. Standard 3 degree glide slope according to the aircraft's what do. Continuing the brief. Yeah, for blimes, we'll go to Titba, 180 knots at 2000. Initial fix will be at Victor Hotel 701, 702 all the way to touchdown. To my memory, there is speed control here in Hong Kong, but I can't remember the numbers. And these are the frequencies, minimums. Yeah, we've discussed that. That's 1,428 feet for us this morning. So it's clear skies, Cat 1. MSA around the airport reference point, we've discussed that. 4,100 feet on the western side of the airfield, south side of that will do. And 4,300 feet on the north eastern side of the aerodrome, but it's also within the limits of Hong Kong FIR. In case of a missed approach, we'll climb to 5,000 feet, track 074 into Victor Hotel 726, and then proceed to 727, 741, mandatory at 5,000 feet, then 742, 743, 744, and back to climbs. Maximum 200 feet until 727. Maintain 230 knots until Limes. These are the IMP criterion. Warning: pilot should monitor false capture of lock and GS by comparing indicators with aircraft position and altitude. This is to be noted then. False capture of lock. There we go. And there goes the speed control that I've mentioned earlier. So we'll cross Titba at 180 knots and maintain until 7 DME from the touchdown zone there. Then cross 4 DME between 160 and 150 knots. And also this final section, we don't really need that. So obviously our approach speed is well above 125 knots. This is for Cat 3, what's it called, low visibility procedures. Yeah, bit much for us. Standard 3 degree glide slope all the way to touchdown, and minimums we've discussed that, 200 knots max. Just cross-checking through the view there. Through the altitude restrictions. Mango Vibes to VH701 should get About 20 miles to the top of the set will also inform Laura that we'll be arriving in Hong Kong just a few short moments. Hi Laura, just want to let you know that we are approximately 20 miles from our top of descent. That'll mean about 5 minutes from our initial descent to Hong Kong. Could you please prepare the cabin for arrival? Thank you.
Understood, Captain Abel. We'll prepare the cabin for arrival. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin our descent into Hong Kong shortly. Please ensure your seatbelts are fastened and your seats are in the upright position. Thank you.
There she goes. Alright, continuing the brief. As mentioned, PTV system, we've planned to exit at Charlie 8, then we'll take Delta 1 into Zulu, then we'll take the Bravo 1 curve there, or U-turn there, all the way to Bravo, then we'll take the northern apron for the bucking stance. Primary threats for this evening will be the navigation itself towards Hong Kong, which is very cramped in tight spaces, as we can see there, particularly because the island literally sits with the Chinese border, the Chinese airspace, which uses meters, by the way. Flown to Shanghai multiple times with the Horizon Sim 787 and the PMBG 737, and you know, flying in meters is not necessarily my thing. Another threat that needs to be taken consideration of is the terrain on the northeastern side of the aerodrome, as well as pilot latency and fatigue. Besides that, do you have any comments, questions, or concerns in here? No? I should complete the rough brief then. Alright, we'll start the initial descent now, initially just with minus 500 feet per minute there, to initiate a smooth transition between the cruising phase to the descent phase. Hopefully we shall see the meatball appearing anytime now. So we start our initial descent to level 230. Should be anytime now. There we goes the mid-ball. DOD reached. Arm. Manage descent mode. Zoom back out. Just put 80 miles from now. Yeah, study by for approach checklist there. Company calling Platinum 350, kita di TOD ya. Yang lalu safe landing ke Hong Kong.
Iya.
Can't really see anything out of the windows besides of the white blue, obviously. About 2 hours and 46 minutes into the flight. We are give or take 5 minutes ahead of schedule. Just to be so. Passing through level 320 now, descending to level 230 initially. We are slightly high on profile there. But don't worry, the aircraft will definitely catch up into that, considering that we're flying an A350. Unfortunately, the tailwind that pushed us earlier has now changed into a crosswind, which is pretty strong actually at 40 knots there. Also, side note, ladies and gentlemen, and also a side note, ladies and gentlemen, we've passed through the 4-hour mark on the live stream, which usually indicates of imminent pilot fatigue. Pushing through to level 130 into the descent. That is to be level at 130 at Mango. Passing through level 200 now, descending to 130 in bad waypoint Betty, and as we've discussed earlier, we'll have to be level at level 130 at Mango there. As we continue our descent, into Hong Kong. Almost 3 hours into the flight there, according to the chrono data. We'll switch into the terrain mode. There we go, looks much more familiar. Up to 40 miles. We'll be standing by for the approach checklist. But we'll do that once we transition from our standard QNH flight level into the local altimeter setting on local QNH. At level 110 that will be the transition level. Let's just help the aircraft a bit now. Here we go. Last time we flew to Hong Kong in the live stream, we had quite literally full ATC coverage from Bali, I think that was. From Bali through the Philippines up towards Hong Kong, we've got full ATC coverage there. And unfortunately this evening or this morning, according to the simulated time, we've got none. But it is what it is. No need to complain. The ATCs are all volunteers they are, which it's always such an honor to fly in, you know, controlled airspaces by those volunteers. I highly respect them, to simply put it in a way, I suppose. Okay, so speed control. Using 280 knots, throttle's going to auto. Approaching Mango. There goes the Hong Kong island chain and mainland China as well behind them. Continuing the descent. Going to be level by Mango. It's been quite a quiet flight, hasn't it? No pun intended, but yeah, I think it's quite a quiet flight. No ATC, not many conversations, unlike the past couple of live streams we had. Alright, continuing our descent. 6,000 throttle descent. Next altitude restriction will be at let's say 4,000 feet at Limes. No, that switch. Throttle idle, descend. Local QNH at Hong Kong is still showing 1016 hectopascals. No clouds in the region at Mr. B, which is always a good sign. Approaching our deceleration point there, as represented by the magenta circle in the navigation display. Unicom for the time being. Through level 110, we'll switch to 1016. Okay, Greenwich 1016 on 1, 2, and 3, passing 10,700 feet. Now that is checked on 1, 2, and 3. And synced. Approach checklist paragraph 1016 has been set. Seatbelt signs will turn that on in just a few moments. Or right now, actually, we can do that. Seatbelt signs on, minimum set 1,428 feet. That is checked. Runway condition is Troy. Check that auto brake is set at BTV on Charlie 8. Approach checklist is complete. Checklist is complete. Cabin crew, 10 minutes to landing.
Captain Abel, we are approximately 20 minutes from landing in Hong Kong. The cabin is being prepared for arrival. Thank you.
There she goes. Passing through 10,000 feet. Let's go and come on.
Captain, cabin is ready.
Roger, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare for our arrival in Hong Kong, please turn off and store all electronic
pause the music for arrival
until we have arrived at the gate. Ensure your tray tables are put away, your seats are in their full upright position, and your seat belts are securely fastened. Upon landing, our Abel Jets Platinum staff will provide information regarding your connecting flights. Thank you for your cooperation. You're welcome, Captain Abel. Please let me know if there's anything else you need.
Steady away with the speed control there, after waypoint Jitba. Passing through 9,000 feet, still within our speed limit at 250 knots. Approaching the 25 nautical mile situational awareness ring there, ladies and gentlemen. After that, we'll activate the approach phase in the left McDo and let the aircraft fly down into Hong Kong. But with the speed control chart, be slowing down up to 180 knots at Titba.
Traffic is Chicago 8456, passenger control VOR.
Look at that, ladies and gentlemen, some islands finally after hours of flying in the white blue. Approaching the 25 nautical mile ring. Should arm the approach phase anytime now. There goes the island of Hong Kong and Catlak Kok as well. Into the ring, activate approach phase, confirm. Speed control 230 knots. Two 30 knots initially. Slowing down to Limes. We are inbound Limes indeed. 230 knots. Platform altitude as discussed will be at 1,500 feet. Let's just set it up so we don't have any ATC. There we go. Platform altitude has been set. LS and LS. Approach 1 armed. 21 nautical miles on the DME, left and right hand sides. Central pedestal as well, looking good. Lower down the display to 20 knots. Sorry, 20 miles.
Traffic in Chicago 8456 Heavy, passing Sierra Lima at 5,500. Audio Jet 13, contact.
Limes maximum 6,000 feet, minimum 3,000 feet as visible on the constraints limits. Sorry, the altitude constraints there in the navigation display. We are on the first bubble pole. Sorry, the first flap extension speed there.
Contact traffic looking Chicago 8456 is established on the IDS 13, 12 miles. Contact.
There is someone landing on Kaitag at the appears to be. World Airways MD-11. I think that is. Can't really see him in VATSIM though, fortunately. Well, 50 miles. At 50 miles, we'll decelerate further to 210 knots and extend the first stage of flaps. There goes the Hong Kong Island chain. There goes 15. Lowering down to 220 or 210 will do. Flaps 1, speed check, flaps 1. Turning into Limes. Green dot speed is at 175 knots. There goes the first bubble pole. Now in Point Titba. Slowing down further. knots. There goes the London-Macau bridge in the distance. I think you can see that. And Macau is just on our left hand side there, ladies and gentlemen. And Hong Kong to our right hand side. And that landmass you can see on the left hand side, I think that's Shanghai in China, mainland China, the PRC. There goes Chek International Airport, the distance as well on the right hand side. You can already see the
Chicago 8456 passing Stone Cover NEB.
slowing down 190 knots. Pushing to bar. Speed control at bar 180 knots and waiting until 7 DME. Localizers live, glide slopes alive. Standing by for landing checklist. 80. Flaps 2, speed check, flaps 2.
2,500.
Radio altimeter alive. Cabin crew sits for landing, please.
Captain Abel, we are preparing for landing. Cabin crew, take seats for landing.
Standing by for landing checklist.
Hong Kong traffic, Cathay 659 heavy, takeoff runway 07 left, beacon to solo departure.
07 left, really? Someone spotting out of runway 07 left, it appears to be. They decided to cross 07 center, that's pretty interesting. Glide slopes alive. Then 160. Goes the localizer, I'll arm the approach mode now. AP2. Land 3 dual. Lock star. Go to 150 knots. Hong Kong traffic Platinum 350 established on the localizer runway 07 left VR 6.6 DME Hong Kong traffic. Lock. Gears coming down, flaps 3. Knots, flaps full for landing. Landing checklist, you can memo, landing no blue, landing checklist is complete. This approach altitude is at 5,000 feet, we'll set that. Glide slope capture. We've posted through the minimum, actually, have we? Used to be so. Disconnecting automatic side patrol. Hong Kong traffic, Platinum 350, short final runway 07 left, Hong Kong. Now, the cabin should be ready now, by any means. I don't really want to do a go round at this stage. Too lazy for that. Yeah, correction to the right. Check. Below.
200.
Let's just ignore the cabin, no blue sign.
100. 90. 80. 70. 60. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 10. 5.
Push down. Spoilers. Reverse screen. Decelerating. BTV is active. Rollout mode engaged. $70 knots, sort of auto thrusters, manual brakes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Hong Kong. Chek International Airport, that is. We'll vacate here.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Hong Kong. We have just landed and the local time is 2:14 p.m. Please remain seated with your seatbelts fastened until we reach our final parking position. The weather outside is pleasant, clear skies, and a temperature of 77 degrees Fahrenheit or 25 degrees Celsius. Hong Kong is known for its stunning skyline and vibrant culture. Did you know that Hong Kong has more skyscrapers than any other city in the world? On behalf of Captain Faza
Yes, I
Abel,
do.
First Officer Cynthia Schmidt, and the
Hong Kong
entire
traffic RV 07 left has been vacated Hong Kong.
and Pierre, thank you for flying with Abel Jets Platinum. We hope you enjoyed the flight, and we look forward to seeing you again soon. Goodbye.
Platinum to the 5 service localizer runway 07 left from traffic.
Six Zulu. Ah, the beautiful mountains there. I miss them quite a lot. It's been like almost a year since I flew to Hong Kong. Start the APU. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the capital of skyscrapers in the world. The global skyscrapers capital, that is Hong Kong. Starting up.
Hong Kong traffic Platinum to the 5, push your final alarm to 7 left, Hong Kong left.
Because standby. Go. There goes the OENS. Coming alive. Your right turn there. And swivel around through the Bravo 1 loop. Hopefully we can see Lalo's arrival. There goes Lalo the distance. Safe and sound. Welcome to Hong Kong, Cap Lalu.
Welcome.
And the taxi in will be, I think, almost as long as the one in Amsterdam. But we shall see. There goes the Heiko hangars. The Cathay Pacific hangars as well, if I remember correctly. What was our landing rate, by the way? Just check. Hong Kong traffic, London 350 crossing runway 07 cents of via Bravo 1 Hong Kong traffic. Minus 187 feet per minute, ladies and gentlemen. Not that bad. Not bad at all. There goes the Cathay Pacific A350-9, lining up on runway 07 sensor.
Kami lahir, hidup, dan tumbuh dalam kebinekaan yang ika, serta kedamaian abadi. Terima kasih telah senantiasa bersemayam menjaga bumi Nusantara.
Oops. Sorry, I was looking at the VATSIM radar for a bit there. Now where's that A350-9? There you go. There it goes. pilot's going to cross the runway there, quite interestingly. Yap, lalu kalau standar rutenya itu dia muter via Bravo 1 Cap, nggak motong di runway 07 center.
Iya, ini aku lagi mastiin KT-nya lewat mana.
Roger Cap, bandaranya baru di-update soalnya layoutnya tuh baru habis renovasi besar-besaran.
Ini scenariku aja kayaknya nggak benar.
Perkara sulit, aku pakai tepatnya WF scannery.
Ini aku taksi di rumput.
Perkara sulit. There goes the legendary Hong Kong air traffic controllers towers. The two of them. Fleet coming up. Take the north apron. Let's just take the WSSS here, shall we? Cabin crew, disarm doors and slides, please.
All doors in park. Dear passengers, we have reached our final parking position. Captain Abel and the cabin crew are now saying goodbye. We wish you a nice stay here in Hong Kong or a safe ongoing travel.
There she goes. Can't seem to find the VHHH, I guess.
Indonesia is the most beautiful land
15 minutes run.
The land where we were born, the nation where we grew up. So many colors that live together in peace. With a million timeless treasures. With an abundance of natural wealth. Indonesia is not just wonderful. Indonesia
is too far. On the brake set. Little difficult to shoot the equator down there. Keep it already on, Mr. Switch on. Shutting down engines 1 and 2. Shutting down engines. Parking checklist, parking brakes on shocks, set, engines off, vehicle lights off, beacons can come off as well, fuel pumps can come off, from standbys to mains, there we go, fuel pumps coming off, wing lights off, parking checklist is complete. The ground ops menu, set the trucks, GPU, GPU, of the deporting process. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Hong Kong International Airport. We are in the interior, the Mr. Big. What a beautiful looking aircraft and a beautiful looking scenery as well. I'm quite familiar with this terminal because I've been to this particular pier last year when I flew from Hong Kong to London. I will shut down the APU as well. The air conditioning unit. Off. There we go, folks. Because the air conditioning unit, what massive isn't it? And see, where's Flalu? We're still taxiing on Bravo at Mr. B. Dispatchers started deport from the aircraft.
Traffic KLM 1123 short on final for 07 right.
Well, it should be ferrying anytime now. There goes Lalu.
All traffic November 234, Whiskey landing 7 left, Hong Kong.
That goes the iconic Hong Kong International Airport sky bridge in the distance, ladies and gentlemen. We're somewhat departing out of the left runway there, 07 left. There goes Lalu. Can we just like remove this particular light bulb? Kind of blocks the view for a good screenshot, isn't it? Alright, you folks, with that, just wait for the GSX to complete its boarding process and we can conclude this evening's live stream. That's my plan all along. Unfortunately, we don't have any ATC coverage this evening, but no worries. It appears that none were online during our flight. Perhaps our timing is just not, the most optimum one for this evening's group flight. In case that you are leaving us now, ladies and gentlemen, please don't forget to give a like on this live stream. Share your thoughts to somebody through the live chat or maybe the comment sections once the live stream ends. And also don't forget to share this live stream with your friends and colleagues in case that you want to do so. And also don't forget to hit the subscribe button on the Abel Jets Virtual Group YouTube channel so that you will not miss any future contents that we will make. We'll also have to, press the bell icon just next to the subscribe button in order to activate the aforementioned function. About 5 hours into the stream now, pretty interesting. I thought we were only going to stream this particular flight for about 4 hours. It's much longer it appears to be. No worries. And once Laura is finished with the boarding process, we'll dismiss her for this morning, and we can conclude this evening's live stream. Officially, that is. But I was in the stream now, ladies and gentlemen, that's official. Yeah, 12 feet down through the deboarding process now. Almost there.
On traffic number Whiskey vacate at 7 left, Hong Kong.
What a stunning scenery by WF Scenery Studios, if I'm not mistaken. I think I've already shut down the APU, have I? Yep, it's dead already. Perhaps that sound came out of the ASU unit. The wheel brakes are pulling down. What's that LP3 dolly doing? It's floating in the air. See that, folks? It's floating. Goodness me. It's floating, folks. It's pretty funny. Package unloading complete. We'll now just have to wait for the buses to deboard. Got quite a lot of buses this evening, 350 of them. Enjoying the Abel Jets Platinum experience. To go. Hi Laura, just want to ask you regarding the medical condition. Has the passenger been handed over to the medical teams on the ground? Remember about the medical condition there.
Hello, Captain Abel. Yes, the passenger has been handed over to the medical teams on the ground. They are receiving the necessary attention. Thank you for your concern.
Here she goes. Alright, thanks for the heads up, Laura.
Welcome, Captain Abel. If there's anything else you need, just let me know.
And how's the deboarding process going?
Captain Abel, the deboarding process is underway. Passengers are disembarking smoothly and efficiently. If there's anything else you need, please let me know.
Roger that.
Until we reach our final parking position. The weather outside is pleasant with clear skies.
Alright, about 40 passengers to go before we can then dismiss Laura and her team for their amazing job this morning, particularly with handling the aforementioned medical condition on board, which fortunately we did not need to divert, which is always a good thing in a way. Whose engines are that? Oh, there's a 737-800 just taxiing behind us at this very moment. Stop, shut down the engines of the A350 there. You can clearly remember that. Alright, time to go. And the boarding process is now complete. Hi Laura, just want to let you know that you've done an amazing job this evening. You and your teammates have done an amazing job. Thank you very much for your hard work this evening, and I'm looking forward for our next adventure together. Stay safe and take care.
Thank you, Captain Abel. We appreciate your kind words and look forward to our next flight together. Safe travels and take care.
Yes. With that, folks, I think we're going to conclude this morning or evening, actually, this evening's live stream. Again, thank you very much for watching from the beginning to the end. If you haven't done so, please drop a like in the live stream there. Share your thoughts down beneath in the comment section after the live stream ends, and don't forget to subscribe to the Abel Jets Virtual Group YouTube channel, and don't forget to ring the bell as well, so that you will not miss any future content that we'll make. I would also like to deliver my credits as always to Maslalu for always being there in the group flight. Thank you so much for your consistency and your presence. I can't really repay you with words, can I? Go ahead, company. Siap, Mas Rusdi. Thank you very much for this evening's group flight, Mas. Jumpa lagi. Makasih banyak udah selalu hadir. Semangat kuliahnya.
Sampai jumpa lagi. Salam kapal.
Salam kapal karam. With that, folks, I think we're going to conclude this evening's live stream. Again, thank you very much for watching. I wish you the best of health, and I hope to see you guys again in the next one. This is Freezing Falcon from Abel Jets Virtual Group signing out. Thank you very much for keeping our dreams aloft, and we shall see you guys in the skies in the next one. Take care.
It all started with a dream to connect the world, bring people closer together, as well as to diversify and unite the virtual skies. The day dawned crisp and clear at Honolulu International Airport. A maiden flight was going to take action.
Honolulu delivery, Abel 100 at seating 01, with information Alpha requesting IFR clearance to Hilo. Abel 100, Honolulu delivery, you are cleared to Hilo via PK-AJH departure, runway 04 left, squawk 1112.
Hilo ground, Abel Link 221, ready to taxi.
Abel Link 221, taxi link point runway 26 via Echo Alpha.
Taxi to link point runway 26 via Echo Alpha, Abel Link 221.
Abel 100, wind 22 degrees at 5 knots, runway 26 right, cleared for takeoff. Cleared for takeoff, runway 26 right, Abel 100.
Our founders have their legacy etched upon the horizon. Gaining wisdom from the past, it was then time for the next generations to put their own footprints and leave their legacy in the virtual skies. A new era was about to begin.
from all of us in flight simulation communities.
We are wishing Abel Jets Group
happy 10th anniversary.
Happy 10th anniversary.
She's got a smile that it seems to me reminds me of childhood memories when everything was as fresh as the bright blue skies. Now and then when I see her face, she takes me away to that special place. And if I stay too long, I'd probably break down and cry.
Thank you for keeping our dreams aloft. Here's to another 10 years of making progress to connect the world. To the skies, stars, and what lie above all of them. Our real journey has just begun.